All right, almost done with Enderal here. We got a little bit more of this penultimate quest to do, and then we should be able to wrap up next week, I think. Old Shadow Steel Mine. If I can get some money in here would be nice. It's a lot of lost ones.
Lost ones.
You do it all right, Jesper?
Here, I suppose there's not much left of the diggers. Farther down, yeah.
Oh, he died while talking to me. I hope that didn't screw up the quest. Oh, man. Skyrim is a funny game. Oh, I wish I could scroll up. I feel like it's actually the exception when stuff with Skyrim NPCs works as intended. Whoa.
There, up ahead. That's the clearing where Adela and I always went. If someone's waiting for us, then it'll be there. I don't think we should go down together. If Adela really is waiting down there, and I'm still not sure she is, I'm pretty confident she wants me to come alone, as our code said. So I suggest you stay hidden and cover my back. Well, truth be told, I think that if it is her, then it is talking that she's after. Remember when I told you that I've been worried about her for quite some time now? Back on the ship. What I'm saying is, if she really wanted to kill me, she could have already done it. All of this morbid paper chase, I think she wants to tell me something. Which is why it's so important for me to go alone. Who knows what she'd think if I showed up with someone else?
All right.
Yeah. You see that platform up ahead? This will get me down to the pit. You should take the path through the crypt, just down that tunnel a few steps back from here. Then stay hidden. This is all just a misunderstanding, I'm sure of it.
Few steps back. Oh, here, okay. Who's shooting at me from where? Hey, Bucky, how you doing?
So you came. I have to admit, I didn't expect that.
Adela, so it's true. What is this? Why am I here? And what did you do to that man?
Still as forgetful as you were back then, aren't you, brother? To the circle, now! On your knees! Now look at him, Jaspar. Look at him carefully.
Valencio Duran. By the name of the sun.
The man who killed our family. Correct. You should have seen it. How he screamed and begged for mercy. Pathetic. But I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Valencio. Never again. I'll make sure that you never again hurt anyone. And I'll enjoy it. Just as I'll enjoy what I'll do to all those who are up next.
Adela, please. This is ridiculous. You have no idea what you're saying, let alone what you're doing. Please, just...
I know damn well what I'm doing. Better than I ever did. I'll continue where Father had to stop. And I'll make them all pay. All these bastards who think they are above justice. I should have known you wouldn't understand. Just look.
She the bone judge
staring off
too?
into space and asking all these stupid questions. But you know what? I'm not here to justify myself. I'm here because I think that despite all you did, despite all you became, you deserve to witness justice as much as I do. To see this bastard pay for what he's done. And believe me, I will not make it quick.
The Black Stone. Oh, damn. Then it's really true.
Seems like it.
You know of the stone?
Yes. Listen to me, Adela. Whatever you've done over the past months, you didn't do it of your own free will. The stone, it's evil, and it controls you.
What is this, Jaspar? One of your brilliant jokes? We Dalfarics have had this stone for generations. Father, he lived this calling, but he failed to see what the stone really was. A gift of fate, a means for us to carry out our destiny, to bring justice to a world where there is none. But I saw, and I will use it.
No, you're seeing this wrong. The stone, it's cursed. It wants you to... Shit, damn it, I just don't know what to say.
Surprise, Jaspar. You never did. But it doesn't matter now. Go, Jaspar. I've changed my mind. I got sentimental. Thought I owed you this, but I really don't. You don't understand me, just as you never understood Father. And listening to you talk makes me remember why I kept away from you all these years. Just look at what you've become, running around and working for the kind of people Father tried to bring down. Treasure hunter. You're a thug. You might as well just have spit on Father's grave.
Yeah, you'd know. All right. This is getting us nowhere. You obviously think you know what you're
That's like an
doing,
AFK thing.
which is why...
I was
you're
like,
now
why
giving
is the
me
game
stone
doing that?
Before it'll make you do something you'd regret.
What?
The Black Stone. You'll give it to me. Something bad's about to happen, and without it, we won't be able to stop it. You can keep doing whatever it is that you do, but you'll have to do it without magic. I'm sorry if this isn't what you wanted to hear.
So, this is why you really came. You want the stone for yourself. What did they pay you, Jaspar, huh?
What? No!
Go.
Adela,
Go!
As you wish. I'm sorry.
Yo, what's up?
What? Who are you?
Cool eyes.
I know. You damn fool, Jaspar. You bloody damn fool.
Props them
I guess
for
I
actually
should've known
killing
you
him if they
wouldn't
did.
have
He's
come
like the
alone.
most important NPC
He
up till
always had
now.
a problem with following instructions. So you are what? His sidekick? What will you do? Fight me? I have to warn you, that's a bad idea. The stone. Of course. You know, of all the things I expected to happen, this never even crossed my mind. A speech, maybe, some philosophical bullshit about why I shouldn't kill Valenzio, or some excuse why he didn't give a shit for me all those years. But no, even better. He doesn't give a damn about me. He came, yes, but because of the stone, because some fucking snob hired him to get it from me. By the gods, what an idiot I was to believe otherwise for even a second. I don't know you, but if my brother showed you this place, he trusted you. And that means something. So I'll let you go. But if you make even one wrong move, I will crush you. And believe me, I am not joking. Them and others. And this is only the beginning. And since you're here, that means you've read their confessions. Which means I don't have to convince you that they deserved it.
Sounds like it.
The greater good. Sure. Don't say I didn't give you a choice.
Probably gonna die immediately here. Not great start, actually. Try that again. She gets some free hits in while I load, which is a little frustrating. That wasn't too bad. Red Sun. That's the end of Jesper. It's crazy. Kind of impressed. Maybe there's a way to save him if you do things differently, but... We've had many even, of our interesting, plot-important characters die. Whoa.
How unexpectedly
Spooked me.
death calls us to him. It is bitter, is it not? Unfair. You are angry because you blame me for the death of your friend. But I only did what had to be done. You are furious about the danger I brought upon you. But what would have happened if I hadn't been there in that ship? Let us dare a glimpse, prophetess. A glimpse into the reality which you prefer to this one. 3 hours after your brawl, Captain Rosio's ship enters the harbor of Ark. You wait until the noise falls silent, and together with your friend, you sneak onto the deck. And you almost make it. A few arms lengths from the safety of the dock, a sailor named Rajik takes note of your presence. There is no need for an explanation as to who you are. And maybe on a normal day, Rajik would have let you run. But not today. For years, he has been eagerly awaiting his promotion to become a petty officer of the 8th class. And yet today, it was announced that his loathed rival had won it instead of him. And how angry he is. How furious. And who knows? Maybe it is not too late. What better way to impress the captain than to be the one who discovers 2 stowaways who have eaten the crew's bread for a month? From there, it ends quickly. One sword for your neck, the other one for your friends, and no one to grant you a second life this time. But that is not what happened. The first beat of a wing, and where are you now? You have abilities others wouldn't even dare to dream of. You can hear the echo of the future, and you will make decisions whose extent even you will barely understand. So tell me, prophetess, isn't that a fate preferable to the
I
other?
don't know.
You accuse me of lying, and your doubts are justified, for I cannot see the future. However, there is no need for that. All that is required is a glimpse beyond the surface, and suddenly it becomes clear that we are nothing but a sea of endless possibilities. And if one listens long enough, the shapeless takes on form, and the unfathomable becomes tangible.
Who are you, a high one?
You wonder whether I belong to those whom you fight. But no, I do not. The High Ones, humanity, the emissaries, these are but elements of the game. I am more than that.
Killed Kelly's father.
You claim that I took part in the death of the grieving man. But was that really me, I wonder? Or only a splinter of what I really am? I have many forms, prophetess, and I am everywhere, even when you can't see me. But yes, I paved the girl's way, just as I paved yours. Some things have to happen, so that consistency may persist.
It's interesting.
You ask
They
if I
did talk
can
about
see
the
more
parallel
than just
reality
this
thing as like
branch.
informing the magic system.
And the answer is yes, I can. But considering what I am, that is not much of a feat.
What exactly are
You
you?
wonder what I am. Yet your question should not be what, but where. And the answer to this is everywhere. What you see right now is merely a splinter.
The high ones in the cycle exist in other realities too?
You want to know if what threatens you threatens other realities too. And yes, it does. The cycle is a logical consequence born from the right circumstances. And these are not limited to your branch. You think my intention is to disconcert you, but you're wrong. I am here because you think it was I who took someone you cared for. And although you err, I do not like being seen as a destroyer.
Oh, is she gonna resurrect Jesper?
Which is why I will wipe away my debt, which was never there to begin with. Step back.
Kinda don't want her to do that, but what are you gonna do, I guess? You got some other characters who are legit dead.
Farewell, prophetess. Maybe we will meet again.
That's what the
Maybe
normal
not.
voice acting volume should be. Well, that sucks.
That's my name. But, Adela, what happened? But I only remember a flash of fire and then darkness. Everything's so blurry. What? But okay, I'm sorry, but this is all just a little too much. Please, just give me some time with my sister, all right? Go back to Ark with that bloody stone. Go anywhere, but please, just leave me alone.
Sorry. Should be able to do that now, I think. Trying to decide if I want to just arc teleport back home. See, is anything in that area from the front? Maybe it doesn't let me go back in there. It's probably best for me to just arc teleport. You see if there's anything interesting to explore in this area, maybe? Or cliff. I think we're in the exploration phase now, because I think if I go back to Ark and push this quest line, I'm kind of triggering the end of the game. Spiky, not sure if you're around, but you said that now that the penultimate quest is done, it's like 2.5 hours to finish the game. So I know when to bail on exploration tomorrow. Real explorable area, which is great. Go ahead and minus. Two hours, okay. Lots of unskippable dialogue, gotcha. I'll maybe do it with 3 hours remaining then to make sure. Are there any enchantments I can do to make magic do more damage? I know I can make cost no mana. I'm already basically at infinite mana just from the first thing I made. Yeah. Goddamn. Gotcha. There's no enchanting stats that affect it. Got it. I'll check this out. Hey, bone rippers. They're a little scary. We try using Frostwind instead. So I'd love to try to find a level 4 or level 5 Frostwind somewhere. Right on. Are they an arc? I really don't understand the way computers can exit from rooms. That lady? Okay. Do that after exploring this dungeon. Also a shop in the Sun Temple or whatever. It's a mean trap. Counter. Thought maybe there's a hidden ice claw in there somewhere. we doing here? Let's see. Oops. If I mix elements, are there any downsides to doing that? I got a bunch of things for dual casting. I don't know if it explicitly requires that I use the same element to get the benefits. It doesn't count as a two-handed cast. Gotcha. Kind of unfortunate, because I feel like that would be kind of fun to try to make a dual element mage. It's a strange game. Expert on Deuces is key. I see. I heard they just announced a remaster of Oblivion. Is that interesting at all? Okay. I think it was announced today. It's pretty boring. Whoa. Well. Oh, I see. I'm taking damage the whole time I'm in here. I didn't notice my health training before. Alright, time to warp out of here, I guess. Okay. Try to sell some stuff. Go rest so that I can sell the stuff in my inventory now. Yeah, that's kind of my read on Oblivion. It's like it's the start of the streamlining process that kind of makes Skyrim annoying. But Skyrim is the completion of the process, and Morrowind is before it really begins. So like, without having played it, I'm expecting Oblivion is like everything annoying about Skyrim with none of the conveniences.
Lovely day, isn't it?
Huh? Can I?
Spellcrafting.
Midnight.
Madame?
Huh? What do you want?
An obulus? Hey, you're an adventurer, aren't you? I bet you've got a lot of...
Don't know why. Sometimes I just cannot find this specific shopkeeper, even if I get here at the same time every day. Maybe he has like a very specific schedule.
Men, that's just how they are.
True. Like up here somewhere. Morrowind has spellcrafting where you can make a launch yourself across the map. Skyrim has no spellcrafting. Oblivion has spellcrafting with a bunch of limitations. You're just making default spells, shifting the power budget around, and yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I thought the Oblivion remake was like already confirmed. I was seeing screenshots of it.
Lady? Of course.
Okay. Okay.
Is it important?
Oh my, now who is this? To see you here. I've seen this face, so yes, hooray! What can I do for you today? My wares it is you want to see. I promise you, they'll bring you glee.
Oh, I see. Spell tomes. Yeah, I don't know how I've missed these before. Frostwind rank 3. I guess I should see if someone has a better one before I spend the money on it. Invite up to rank 5. I guess just picking up Soul Trap is probably good. I don't have to use scrolls for it. Yeah. Trying to get high rank Frostwind. I feel like that's my strongest thing. Needing to have different ranks of spells is a little goofy, in my opinion.
What ble-
Ah, there you are. Did you find it?
Yes, here. But be careful, okay? Magister Ragon will have us flayed alive.
Alright, so we think there's a spell shop here somewhere.
That's what I'm here for. Take a look.
Yeah, this place is cool. Okay, here we go. Oh, boon rank 6. Might want that. There's Frostwind rank 4. Nice. I don't know if there is a rank 5 for that. Classic WoW. Burning Crusade and Wrath as a healer. Missed having multiple ranks of heal spells. You had to be able to manage your mana usage, I suppose. Not super pumped about the rest of that. That should be a substantial DPS increase, I think.
Well, well, if it isn't up, walk black. You were there, weren't you? On Moonshine Island. How can that Koarak be deluded? It just doesn't make sense.
I just have to luck out and find a rank 6 for the main spells I'm using, I guess.
Yes.
Prophetess.
I'm gonna start this. I'm not gonna do it. Sure, yeah.
Yes? Have you found any of the stones yet? Here you go looking for a stone, and you simultaneously solve an Enderalian mystery. Good work. I had read theories about what happened to the Count, but this is not what I had imagined. I wonder what became of that girl. Huh. Seems as if a part of the stone's energy really was banished into her body. Just look at it, it's somehow duller than the others. But still, it should make a difference. Anyhow, let's see if we were right.
I think I might have one in my bank chest that I'm gonna have to dig up.
Keep walking.
What the? Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Well, exactly what we thought would happen.
I think Wrath was just infinite growth, right? Like, the game's getting popular and popular, and they think it's just going to grow like that forever.
Be that as it may,
Then it reaches natural saturation point.
Still need 2 more stones.
Keep walking. Keep walking. An outlander. What are you doing in this part of the city?
Hello?
Shouldn't you be, I don't know, somewhere else?
Oh my, that is horrible. I knew Dalgace wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, but to abandon one's son simply because... I will never understand those sorts of people. But still, this tragedy tells us we were right about our theory regarding the stones. To destroy the village and make this boy suffer, that is perfidious, truly perfidious. At least all that suffering wasn't in vain. Let us insert the stone.
I did a shitload of World of Warcraft in Wrath. I had already been burned pretty bad by Final Fantasy XI at that point. And I went from being a rando in our guild to raid leader for Ulduar in like the space of a couple weeks.
Only 1 more stone to go.
And suddenly I had the bubble pop, right? The willing suspension of nihilism. Like, wait, why am I doing this? If I just wait a couple months, they're gonna patch the interestingness out of this out of the game. Why am I bothering to grind it now? Oh, I quit.
Yes? Oh, by the righteous path. His own sister? Oh, I'd heard about those murders. It's cruel, truly cruel. Why in blazes are the High Ones doing this?
We still don't know. It seems like Blizzard's just going to re-release every expansion, right? They're never going to do the old school RuneScape, work it and make a different thing.
Maybe. At least we now have all the stones. Let us complete the mosaic.
I had it with Final Fantasy XI, which didn't have as bad of a treadmill. Final Fantasy XI, it was like I called off work to do something and then didn't get included anyway, and I was like, wait a minute. This is affecting my life. This fucking sucks. I'm not even having a good time. And it kind of just like made me realize that MMOs can do that all the time, and if I ever feel that way, I should just like cold turkey quit immediately.
Now are we... Wait a moment. You feel that? Something's different. The sea of eventualities. I can't feel it anymore. No, I don't think so.
Is it in Cataclysm now and about to be Pandaria?
This doesn't bode well.
I'm kind of surprised they just went ahead and did Cataclysm again. If there was going to be an opportunity to work it, it would have been Wrath.
The ones at the gates. They are meant to magically seal them as a protection against Korak's armies. The walls are nearly impenetrable, but the gates aren't. Shah Rim said he would raise entropical barriers to take care of that. Quickly, go see him and find out what is going on. I will secure the beacon as best I can.
Gotcha.
Go.
Okay, so now this is formally... Blacklight Part 2 is the final quest, is that right? So I should wait to touch this now until tomorrow, halfway through stream or so. Alright. Kind of just want to... Sorry, persistent cough that won't die. Kind of just want to explore places of the map that I haven't been to. I don't know how much of this is false, and I guess there's a road, so I should try taking the road, I guess. Tempted to walk there. I guess the Dark Valley Myra Tower is reasonable.
I tell you, it won't work. I can't see anything.
But why?
Yeah. The problem with Cataclysm, well, there's a lot of problems with it, but the big one is that they redid every zone, and a lot of the quest lines refer to content that existed in vanilla. Can't fast travel right now. But then the ability to see that content that existed in vanilla was destroyed, right? I might have to progress the main quest a bit here before it lets me explore.
The fabled prodigy. I hope you can live up to what they say about you. I really do.
So they were definitely getting into like the live service thing of we're making a game for people who have already been playing this game for years. It was all very silly because a lot of it was like in the service of making flying work in old zones. But then they later realized that flying was like really bad for game design and made it so you only practically unlocked flying after doing literally everything there was to do and getting the achievement for finishing the expansion. So it was kind of like all for nothing. I think they just had no idea. I don't think that they made a conscious choice. I don't think they like analyzed the drawbacks. I've seen this with RuneScape 3 a lot too, where they just kind of just add stuff to appeal to the existing player base without even any thought whatsoever to what does this mean for a new person trying our game for the first time. I mean, it's much easier to just be thoughtless, especially when you're doing a live service online game like WoW. Mm-hmm.
The fabled prodigy. I hope you can live up to what they say about you. I really do.
It's part of what's very frustrating to me about RuneScape 3 because it's like repeating the mistakes of World of Warcraft on a massive time lag. Where it's like we learn these lessons, guys. Like, why are we doing this? With Blizzard, it's like at least they kind of have the excuse of being trailblazers and not knowing what the consequences were going to be.
One more time for the slow thinkers among us. I recognize a magic blockade when I see one. And as long as it is active, we can't put up the barrier.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand that you're upset, but an order is an order. I'm sorry.
Yeah, now it's like Blizzard is making the mistakes. Like they see the success of old school RuneScape, they have the opportunity to do a redo, and they decided not to.
These headaches are not arbitrary.
Grandmaster?
Sharim is right, Commander. Something is wrong. We...
What the...
I'm Obulus. My name.
Whoa.
The Niramis are inside the city! They're inside the city, damn it!
Whoa.
Prophetess, come here! Yes?
I'm here.
What's the meaning of this?
The Niramis! They're inside the King's Bay! Their ships, they've just appeared! I don't understand!
They just appeared? Are you trying to tell us that an entire fleet entered our harbor and nobody noticed it?
Of course. They cast
And that's even with Yoshi P trying to learn lessons from other MMOs, you know, in contrast to every other dev they had on 1.0 Final Fantasy 14, right?
capable military around here. And it worked out perfect.
Watch your mouth, wild mage. Nobody...
Come on. It does not matter how it happened. We must act quickly. Shari is the spell for the barrier.
I assume I'm not locked into an ending sequence now. I guess I can load back a couple saves if it seems like I am.
I give the signal.
Yes. They want us to panic, but we will not do them the favor. Activate the barrier, then return to us. Soldier, you said that the Nerimes have already invaded the city. To what extent?
They're in the fog district, I think. They overran the harbor gate before we were able to close it. But Sergeant Harlechan has entrenched himself at the gate of the lower district. He won't be able to hold it for long.
Good. Commander, station your soldiers on the battlement and use arrows.
I think part of the tragedy of MMOs as a genre is that every developer who makes one, no matter how much you want to learn from other devs, is forced to reinvent the wheel. It's like so expensive to make one.
So that Sharim will be able to place a barrier there as well. At least the heart of the city will be safe then.
You're going to fight?
Yes.
Even like Guild Wars 2, which was the first MMO I played that was like explicitly designed to deal with problems in the wake of World of Warcraft, ended up having a lot of those same mistakes.
Magic, as Sharon said. They've put a spell on their fleet to make it invisible. Probably the doing of Korik's mute bodyguard. I've heard stories about him, and I fear they have infiltrated us in secret too. But we won't discuss this now. Are you ready? Good. We need to find Sergeant Harlian. The soldier said he's in the south quarter. Follow me.
Alright, let me make sure that I'm not like locked in here before I get too many saves ahead where I can't load back before all this. Enderal, Blacklight, Part 2. I think I might be okay. Seems like there's still another part here, so maybe I can continue until it seems like I can explore the town again. Whoa. Okay. Friendly fire was a mistake in this universe.
Ich bete für euch, Mesdames, wer auch immer ihr seid.
Secure the damn gate.
Sergeant Harlian.
Who? Grandmaster Aranthio. It is an honor.
The honor is mine. What is the gate's status?
Yeah, that was weird.
Of Naramis are behind this gate, and they're setting up rams.
Then we will stop them. We have to secure the harbor gate at all costs. Once we have done that, our mages will seal the gate. This is all of you, I take it?
For now, yes. But reinforcements are on the way. I forgive my failure, Master. We should have seen it coming, but everything just happened so quickly.
I know. Now come on, we march out. Every second we wait will help the enemy.
Yes, sir. Guardsmen, the Grand Master is relying on us, and so is Malthus. Live up to your names.
Yes, sir!
Go!
Okay. Get ahead of you, then I don't have to worry about the friendly fire problem.
Now, close the gate.
Yes, sir.
It's jammed, Sergeant!
What? What are you talking about?
Is it possible that the Nerimes have sabotaged the mechanism?
Sabotage? Yes, of course, that must be it. What can...
The locking mechanisms
Oh,
of
did
the
it?
gate are on both sides of the wall, correct?
Yes. Yes, Master, that's right.
Good. Prophetess, you and I will fix the cracks. Sergeant, in the meantime, you
Oh, annoying.
or men will...
Try to undo that. Was it like right as I was fighting those guys? It's not gonna fight them so as not to get potentially accused. 1,000 coins is too much. That's a lot in this game. You can't realistically expect me to not accidentally kill someone here. Try really hard not to. Maybe,
It's... Sergeant!
What? What are you talking about?
Is it possible that the Nerimes have sabotaged the mechanism?
Must be it. What can...
The locking mechanisms of the gate are on both sides of the wall, correct?
Yes. Yes, Master, that's right.
Good. Prophetess, you and I will fix the cranks. Sergeant, in the meantime, you and your men will keep the Nerimes off the gate. When we are finished, we will give the signal for retreat. Understood?
Yes, Master, of course. Get it. Omar, prepare the cannon. Let's show the bastards what it means to defy the Lightborn. We will await your signal, Grand Master.
sorry your gods are fake, bud.
And you. Follow me, Prophetess, to the beacon.
Surprised they didn't pick a gender-neutral term instead of prophet, prophetess to have to not record all the lines.
Well then, there are two cranks with which the portcullis is controlled. One can be reached by following the left hallway, the other one is to the right. We do not know if the Nerimes have already sabotaged both mechanisms, but I suppose so. You take the left crank, I will take the one on the right. Once that is done, you will return to the city gate. Understood? I'm sure they're trying their best to do just that, but it will take time. The defense mechanisms of Ark are more than solid. Let's not push our luck, however. Go.
Hurry up, damn it.
I am hurrying.
What a waste of time.
Freedom, you say? Find me to get rid of that.
There they are. Gil, Nara, prepare the fire spitters.
Thou art my light, my soul is your
Jeremy's assassin. Mask is worth a lot. Actually, this is silly, but I'm gonna rest so that I can get rid of my arcane fever here. Fortunately, nothing is urgent right now. Stay on the thing I feel like I can actually target for now. Whoa.
Retreat now.
Are they can't get back in?
Do something, damn it.
Shit. Evil. Exploded into giblets.
It's over.
Well, suppose reconquering the gate didn't go as well as planned, did it? What happened?
Nothing. Secure the gate.
As you wish. However, it seems we have a visitor.
Theodore Aranthiel on the battlefield. I must confess, I am surprised. Oh my, look at these poor fools, trusting you until the end. It seems you still value human life as little as you did back in Kira. How many people was it, Aranthiel? I have forgotten.
Wise words from the mouth of a warmonger.
Oh, so that is what I am to you. If I remember correctly, it was you who refused to negotiate. You might not believe it, but I enjoy this no more than you do. Hence, one more time, Aranthiel, surrender. Your so-called army is a joke compared to mine, and it is merely a matter of time until we find a way into the city. So, for once in your life, make the right call and end this conflict before it gets even bloodier than it is now.
Well said, Clark. So, what do you expect us to do now? Ask in your wisdom? Kneel before you?
Yaslan Sharim, how disappointing to see you here. All your life you have fought religion and its tentacles, and now you fight for it.
I fight for something called common sense.
No.
Try it sometime.
As I said, Aranthiel, last chance. Stop working on the beacon, and no one will be harmed. The cleansing has to happen, and you will not stop it.
Trust me, I will. Now, is that all?
It is. Oh, it is. Elmer, line up the prisoners. I want to see each one of them crucified before nightfall. And then inform the troops. Every Enderalayan will be killed on sight.
Understood.
What? Religion is a sickness, Aranthiel. And it is the cause of pretty much all the evil that has happened in this world over the past millennia. Your son saw that too, unlike you, but he also made a fatal mistake. To believe that the death of the Lightborn was going to change things. But they were just a symptom, not the cause of the sickness. The cause is religiosity itself, this particular way of thinking.
You're the savior and knows how to make everything better.
I am not executing them for their country, but because their way of thinking has been corrupted. And despite what you might think,
poor guy.
I do not enjoy this. Religious people choose irrationality above reason, and dogmas above free thinking. They turn themselves into puppets, and by doing this, they are responsible too. And your behavior, Aranthiel, is the last proof I needed. Believe me, I wish there were another way, but you have shown me that there isn't. The High Ones will never elevate us until the ulcer of religiosity has been torn from every single head in this world. I've tried the peaceful way, but you don't seem to want it. Now live with the consequences. By the way, it's good to see that you have survived. What's about to happen now is your fault, Aranthiel. Don't even try to convince yourself otherwise.
Shit.
Take this. We need to go back to the temple.
Why didn't you help?
And lead that entropist right into the city. Their death was necessary. It was an honor for them.
An honor, you say?
As soon as Sharim and the Arcanists have cast the seal on the door, it will be as safe as it can get, yes. But let us talk in the temple. We will proceed as planned. Light the beacon as soon as possible. That is all that matters. Sharim, how long do you need to seal the gate?
It is an hour.
Good. Be quick about it.
It wants me to teleport specifically.
Guardsman, what is the situation in the other districts? Are all of the intruders dead?
This is a way to like clear out the nonsense about you walking through it being cleared.
Good. Tell the commander that I want all corpses to be disposed of before nightfall. And let repairs start as soon as possible. We are protected from intruders, but we have to be aware of a panicking crowd inside. Then tell her to place archers and fire breathers on every battlement. Their arcanists will try to break the seals, but we won't let them.
Understood, Grandmaster.
Yoke.
By the righteous path, you are well.
What happened to Jorek? And why in blazes do you stand around like bloody waxwork figures?
Jorek has betrayed us, Teal.
What?
He has revealed the locations of our scouting posts to Korek's army. That's why we didn't see their ships coming. A keeper has caught him talking to Korek through one of the silver plates.
Oh.
And don't worry, he's only unconscious.
Looks pretty fucking dead to me.
Commander, get him out of here.
Of course, Grandmaster. Where should I take him?
Anywhere, for heck's sake! We will deal with him later. This is not a case for the tribunal.
Very well, Grandmaster.
What is the status of the beacon? Where is Marstead?
At the beacon. And there is a problem with your machine. But that's something they should tell you themselves. Now, excuse me, the entire city is in panic. The people expect an explanation.
Then give them one. Follow me, prophetess, to the beacon.
Yoke.
get used to the idea that our machine will not glow anytime soon.
What are you talking about? We have the stones.
Right. Yes, that is right. We have the stones, and they give the beacon the energy it needs, as we had assumed. But
This crystal in the middle of the cross. It is the core of the machine, the Numinos.
So?
the Numinos is empty. Marstead. That's why it is so dark. If we were to ignite the beacon now, its energy would...
That seems bad.
...aimlessly, with devastating results.
An explosion, to be precise. An enormous one. Yes, at least that's what the writing suggests. Imagine the beacon as a huge arcane barrel full of black powder. To ignite it means to release all the energy stored within. And for all we know, it will be streaming towards the container with a crystal in its center, the Numinos. However, if this Numinos is empty, then it will backfire, so to speak. An explosion. So it seems, yes.
I am very sorry, Marstead. We should have seen it coming.
As soon as possible.
Yes, and before you ask, we don't know yet what the Numinos actually is, and neither do we know where to search for it.
But we will find a way. Give us a week, maybe two, and there will be results, I assure you.
Then begin. Prophet.
Such chaos.
You define the Numinos?
Yes, I think so. But right now, we can't do anything but read the writings from old Lothal Grant at the umpteenth time, hoping for some clue we might have missed before. Yes, I guess. You should take a rest. I was told what you did to secure the gate. We'll call you as soon as we need your help.
So we're thinking it's like 2-ish hours from this point until the end of the game.
Yes. The fabled prodigy.
Maybe as many as 3. Bank shit real quick.
This is madness.
12 daggers. I guess I got 1 black soul gem that I could fill by soul trapping a human. Need to find something high enough level to fill that. 2 to 3. Okay.
Keep walking.
Maybe I'll just push for it starting tomorrow, then make sure that we can finish. All right. I want to go to explore parts of the map for more random caves and stuff.
Move along.
Combat music hasn't gone away still, which is kind of funny. Whole area up here I haven't really been to. It's Dark Valley.
Ready, Dark? Walk blessed, friend. Sure. Where to?
To, like, load my save to get the music to stop. Let me try that really quick. I think it's just be playing this music from now on. This is just my life now. It's kind of funny. Maybe getting into a fight with something else will reset it. Oh, really? That's funny. Oh, shit, don't do that. There must be some, like, context-sensitive music change somewhere. Wait, do we get it? Oh. They could cut out there finally. I wonder if Nehrum will get an update for the Oblivion remaster, or if the modding architecture is going to be completely different. Is Morrowind a pain in the ass to play? Like, never mind, I thought it was fixed, but it wasn't. Okay, let me try that here for a second. See if tilde actually works here, because it wasn't working for me before. I have to type anything else other than player.sca on actor. I can't find. It's not a huge deal, it's kind of funny. More video games should let you leave in the middle of the end quest to go do side quests, and then it's just playing intense music the whole time to punish you. Okay, I never went to this end, and I never went all the way north, so we'll go all the way east first. So I guess that area all the way in the northeast is the only place that the game never forces you to visit as part of the main story. With the big nuke tower and all the post skeletons and stuff. me try that. Is there something I have to type in the console other than just the name of the command? Like a prefix I have to enter first? Suck it. If I start trying to do the, it's worth 15 per pound, it's worth picking up heuristic. That should help me a little bit. Move music. I can't really tell if the console is even accepting my inputs. Like an enable console, Enderal, enable console. I thought it was just yelling at me for putting something after the word command that was invalid. But I can also just type hello. Oh, I guess you're right, that doesn't work. So if you find any other things to try, let me know. That's a big boy. Also a modified giant. Oh, there's an Orbaya here. Alright, so this is where I probably want to try to do Soul Trap. Fuck, man. Wish it told me what it was filling when it does the soul capture. Hey, I got one! Alright. Yeah, I'll be able to craft some stuff then. Exciting. Try that after these guys are all dead. Not gonna declare a victory early. Guess that cool armored guy was a unique reward for coming up here. And he had a grand soul. I may have done it. Call.
That's just bullshit. I told her not to fall for it. Same shit,
I got the prophet's ass. Fucking coward.
Thanks.
Next time, you won't get away so easy. You hear me?
Yeah. Love to have a remove music command that requires the idea of the song. Oh shit. That's bad. See if I can get out of here successfully. I might not. Just kind of stuck here, it seems like. Ichibo, you know that? Okay. A little messy. Don't think I got any adept. Deuce's key, yeah. Also works by song title. Good to know. Oh, replaced itself. Probably not worth it. Thanks, Spiky. Yeah, I guess normally I would try putting the desktop and reloading, but I'm like, well, if loading my save isn't working, why would that work? I don't know why. But it did, for some reason. Oh, this is kind of cool. The fuck? What are you guys doing here? Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's been a big problem. Like maybe the game isn't actually, like, in order to make load times feel shorter, it's not actually totally reloading the game when you hit load while already in game. Grounding rank 5. Not gonna compete with my current gloves, I don't think. Oh, it's the same. It is my current gloves. Okay. Real pig, apparently. That is crazy. Assume that's just entirely built out of things from the base Skyrim level design. Nothing bespoke in there. Good job, main character. Seeing this thing gave me pathologic flashbacks. There's not a path I missed in here somewhere. I think I went everywhere. I think the massive chest was my word. Okay. Place to check out down this way. Imagine, given how much they've really tried to like bind all of the content to the roads, that you can really get stuck if you try to hop around the mountains too much. But I do think that that's better for the game design, that you can't just like climb everything whenever you feel like it. You need to get a statistics page at the end of the game of how many naked people I left lying around. Guy might count as Grand Soul. Let's see. I'm worried that they're like very specific about what gets to count as a Grand Soul. Grand Soul. Fantastic. That's 2 now. Okay, cool. No, I just don't have combat music. Maybe because I hit stop before. Or Baya all along? Yeah, is there a way to restart BGM that you know of? It wasn't clear to me if there were just like certain mages who were scripted to turn into Orbias, or it's just a chance to happen whenever you kill a mage in general. Whoa. That's cool. Out of master scrolls. It's too bad. Panic rank 6. It's probably not useful at all. Whoa, big spider. Grand soul trapped. Nice. Fuck, man. You stop that? Worst thing about fighting mages is not being able to see what the hell I'm doing. Enderal console commands. Music. BGM. Sound. Try Skyrim. Restart music. I'll click on it. Thanks. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if I specifically need to do this via a bat or I can just do it for each one of these, you know? Okay. These are like points in the story, I assume, where it wants to cut out the music for some intentional reason. Okay. Try one more. I think I did everything there. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I save and then restart one more time. We'll know once I get into another battle, I guess. Oh, shit. Well, I played some death music. Ouch. I wonder if I could undo the earlier console commands that I put in somehow. Okay. I feel like Skyrim as a game is such a buggy disaster. There really needs to be a console command that's the equivalent of like unplug it and plug it back in, right? Why do windmills get a unique map marker in Skyrim? They're like, I guess because they're easy to see in the distance? Yeah, weird. But it plays the death music. After you type in remove music, you have to change location to see the effect. Okay, so maybe it'll fix when I move along here. People in that thread saying you can change drives? This is crazy. will work if I can get somewhere to get them off me. Turning wheat into flour, like, particularly useful to merit a map marker? You guys see other comments saying that they moved the installation and that fixed it. It's not a big deal, though. I can probably try reinstalling it and reinstalling it for tomorrow. Hey, it's our good old buddy, this sound effect. One of my favorite stock sound effects, I think. What happened here? Very nice to have effectively infinite mana now, and it just required me to enchant like one item. Lighthouses had one, there are only two. It's funny. Traces of the Ash Warrior. Yeah, exactly. I needed those levels in mana at the beginning of the game, though. Like, shit was really rough. Yeah, exactly. You have to put 20 levels into mana to get to the point where your 20 levels in mana are useless. Video games. Also quickly try to do verify game integrity, right? That's something you can do on Steam. Although my understanding is that it essentially just re-downloads the game. Might take too long to be worth doing. Stealth Archer until you get to 100 enchanting. I feel like at that point you just go ahead and do Stealth Archer. Yeah. Is this literally my first medium backpack? Because that's extremely funny. Yeah, it totally is. Wow. That's really funny. I think I've checked basically every corpse I've encountered. I assume it goes up to large. Ah, okay. Cool looking cave. Real quick, look at the initial commands you guys suggested me to do and if I could convert them. Start combat alarm on actor? Okay. Yeah, that's that makes me want to scream. That game exists to cause me psychic damage. And for people to have a lot of fun with, apparently, but it it seems purpose designed to just reserve a portion of my mental health bar to being stressed out. Moon rank 5. I really think, I keep saying this, but I really think this game would be much more exciting if basically every book in the game needed to be found in caves and stuff. There was a very limited stock from shops. Oh really? Even with, is Path of Exile 2 any good? Other than being permanently tainted as the game that Elon Musk likes to play? It was weird. I was like, it seemed like that was going to be their opportunity to start over and get it right this time, but it sounds like it's just Path of Exile again. But you can see what happens where, all right, we want to make a game that's fuck this Diablo 3 shit. That shit sucks. We're going to make Diablo 2 again. Oh fuck, we didn't make Diablo 2 again. We made some kind of new thing that people seem to really like. That definitely isn't Diablo 2. But we think it's still Diablo 2, and we are going to try to force that for as long as we can. Despite it having mutated into something that people like that's perpendicular to that. And so you would think PoE 2 would be their opportunity to be like, well, let's like start over from scratch and not have this like ridiculous foundation and like build the game that we accidentally built from the ground up. Came out, you don't really care. Still needs a lot of work. Oh. They iterated themselves into a position they're not equipped to deal with. That's funny. chasm, a bunch of trolls in it. I can't believe that they did the let's support both games at the same time thing. Like, what the what? It's one of those things where you think that announcement is like going to make everybody happy. Because like, oh, look, they're not like abandoning the people who like the current game. They're supporting both. It's a good, I don't know, to me that kind of just sounds like they're announcing that both games are going to suck and not be well supported from now on. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to articulate this, but GGG feels like a dev that is simultaneously really like stubborn about specific things, but also incredibly reactive to their player base. And it's a combination that's like really frustrating, where it's like I kind of just want them to pick a fucking lane, like either go full Nintendo and don't give a shit at all about what players say and just make your game and have people like it, or they don't, right? Or react constantly to the players and just don't ever make your own game and make a game that they want and like surrender yourselves to your player base. But they seem to like oscillate between the two, which seems to me to be untenable long term. Devosian shit for fluid animation. They can't really in good conscience be said to be a scrappy dev anymore, right? Because like Path of Exile 1 is one of the most successful games of all time in terms of how much money it's made. Got bought by Tencent years ago. I mean, I play a lot of live service games, and all of them have like an iteration sickness problem and all kinds of problems that result from that, but Path of Exile is like, it's on a different level, right? It's like exponentially worse. It's an entirely different strata of fucked up. I was saying in my RuneScape 3 playthrough that there's a lot of quests later in RuneScape 3 where it's like, if this was janky and bad in old school RuneScape, it would, well, if like originally released in like 2000 or 2006 or whatever, it would feel kind of charmingly bad. Like, you know, middle school dungeon master making a puzzle for D&D night bad. But that, like, when it's happening in 2013, 2014, and Jagex is a pretty established company and they should know what they're doing, it's, like, just embarrassing. It's not charming anymore. Like, GGG has something like that going on as well, where it's like, you guys gotta stop acting like you're this ooh small bean. You haven't been for a long time at this point. Grotesque lost one. That does not pass my heuristic. Even though it's worth 363. It's less than 15 per pound. Those things really fuck me up. They're very fast. I'm waiting for a developer to have some kind of like crazy epiphany realization about the core loop in Path of Exile and realize that this doesn't need to be stapled to a Diablo action RPG. I can make a game that just somehow fully isolates the satisfying part of the loop and just removes all of the bullshit. That's happened several times in gaming history. I feel like, you know, idle games as a genre started as, hey, wouldn't it be funny to, like, parody how stupid it is to constantly go for higher and higher levels in RPGs? I think spiritually Path of Exile is like, it's like a really fucking annoying deck builder, right? Like the objective is to build the amazing Slay the Spire deck, but instead of it being, you know, a deck of like 20, 30 cards that you're eventually building to, it's a deck of 13,000 cards. Collected from among millions of cards throughout the game. Let's see. That doesn't surprise me at all, yeah. Come down from your snowy hill, Moldor. It's funny. It's interesting. Oh, is this going somewhere off the road? All right, well, we'll check it out. Maybe there's like a cave down here or something. This is fun. Yeah, I know we've talked before about how, like, the act of playing the Diablo-like action RPG in Path of Exile, like, the actual act of playing the RPG is not the fun part. The fun part is having some kind of mechanism through which to test the build that you made. It's like the strategic needle in a haystack build-making process that's interesting. And it's like you just have to have some kind of way to tell the difference between a shit build and a good build. But actively running around and clicking on monsters and like picking up their loot isn't necessarily interesting or satisfying. I worry in a lot of respects that that genre is just kind of cursed, that it's like lots of people remember having a fucking blast playing Diablo 2 in elementary, middle, or high school, and we didn't really know anything about how games worked. We didn't have wikis, right? And they've been like chasing that dragon for an extremely long time. And the specific feeling they're going for cannot be recreated. He goes in the direction we want the actual gameplay of boss fights to be engaging, so you have a Souls dodge roll. I think they got that from Diablo 4, right? Yeah, right. I'm baffled. That's so weird because, like, okay, sure, it is a problem that your game, that like the boss fights and stuff don't matter and you walk in and delete them instantly or whatever, but like they really don't seem to have ever contended with the mutant that they created, right? It's hard to think of a comparison elsewhere in the industry, but it would be like if, you know, you can't even say like Dota. You know, Dota is a pretty obvious total revamp of what an RTS is, and you couldn't like make Dota and then start patching Dota as though it was just regular Warcraft. That doesn't even make sense. I think it also doesn't even make sense for Path of Exile. They do not acknowledge that they made a different thing. Seem unable to acknowledge that. Interesting, because I feel like Path of Exile and Warframe are both two extremely different, very mutant ARPGs. They start as like, we want to make a looter game, and then it turns into something completely different, but it just like, that DNA is still there all the time. And it makes the thing that they actually made feel weird by comparison. Campaign is unambiguously better, but everything else is rough. The campaign was pretty bad in my opinion. Fuck. Didn't even see you there, sir. Ma'am, excuse me. Yeah, not a high bar to pass. Okay. Commander Greatsword. What's up, buddy? Some potions here. Able to make a bunch of money once I head back to town. Been a lot of expensive stuff here on this trip. It would be like if Nintendo comes up with their gimmick for Zelda Echoes of Wisdom and then just makes a regular Zelda game. Like you still have all the powers, right? But instead of like asking, oh, this isn't like a regular Zelda game anymore, how do we like orient the puzzles to make sense in the new system that we've developed that was inspired by Zelda? Just not doing that. It's like, it's so strange. Ow. I'm gonna find somewhere to rest here so I can get rid of all this arcane fever. Maybe Breath of the Wild is a better example. Like you commit to doing, we're gonna do Zelda but open world. And then you don't kind of have the like epiphany during development that like, oh, if we're gonna do that, then like we need to like have like a tutorial island where we give you all of the upgrades you're gonna need for the entire game and just abandon the idea of you getting upgrades from dungeons and other locations, right? Like I feel like that's a pretty big realization to have, that like for this game to work on the Great Plateau, we have to give you all of your upgrades and then not give you any new ones from that point forward. What if they didn't have that realization and just it was big open world Zelda and people were really like attracted to that and really enjoyed that, but like to get magnesis or whatever the fuck, you had to go beat one of the divine beasts. Let's see if I can soul trap this guy, unless if he's undead. I think what Echoes of Wisdom is going for is that even everyone who plays it has a unique path through the game or unique souls that they depend on. It's the kind of game where like even I think talking about it to other people is potentially ruining their experience of it in advance. Soul Trap wore off before he died. It's annoying. Even just saying like, hey, you know, you can use this spider soul to climb walls and skip all verticality-based content. It's like approaching whatever the speed run of the game is and inherently reduces its value. I think basically the concept they're going for cannot have replay value, because like the more you know about the game, the less interesting it becomes, and that's usually the case for me with any game I play. I'm always having the most fun when most wave functions are uncollapsed. Yeah, if you're like a mastery player where you want to like try out everything and find out what the best thing is, I feel like you would hate Echoes of Wisdom. this again here. Are there two of them? Jeez. Oh, they just died before I could cast it. Annoying. I don't have that many things to spend them on, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, the link powers were definitely a mistake in my opinion. I think the link powers were kind of like realization during development, like, oh, it's actually kind of fucking annoying to have these summons and not be able to do any direct damage. But it kind of like undercuts the entire premise. I don't know how Sheik would be, like, significantly different from Link, though. He throws kunai? Okay. Interesting, getting attacked by mages on this wall here. Shit. Uh-oh. Try to get past them there. A little scary. Wait on my mana to come back. I'm trying to soul trap these guys. I don't know. I had a good experience with Echoes of Wisdom, but I feel like especially from watching Andrea play it, it feels like the game's core mechanics mean that it's possible you will have a bad experience with it, depending on the order in which you do things and which abilities you enjoy, which is unfortunate. Grand Soul Trap. Love to see it. guy just came running at me from all the way across the map. I think I don't have anything I really need to get from the talent tree screen. Maybe I can put points into like lockpicking. I have a ton of levels now. Let me take a look. Completely done with this. Get the other tiers of this, but I'm never going to remember to do it because it's a shout. I'm bad at using shouts at all. I guess I may as well take that. I feel like it's not super exciting. Probably makes their corpse harder to find, to be honest. Blocks are easier to pick. I don't care. Okay, being able to get adept blocks for free without having to put points into it is maybe worth it. Get up to expert in 2 more level ups. I get master on here. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to get up to expert though. Oops. Putting that on a shout is a little janky. I think almost all of their usage of shouts is janky, unfortunately, because they're actually fun in Skyrim. I bitch about Skyrim constantly, but I think that, you know, Fusro dying guys actually feels kind of good. Let's see. Crazy Mage Castle? What is this place? Fortress Rockwatch. I still have an empty grand gem here. I have... No, I don't. Okay. Wanted to fill every slot I could. Castle. Computer likes to mix elements. Don't you know if you dual wield, you can hit me harder, dude? Fortress Rockwatch. A lot of those big guys. The one enemy both melees you and throws fireballs. little concerning. I guess my arcane fever is finally bad enough to cause actual stat issues. I haven't seen like a bed to sleep on in a long time. There's certain parts of the map where they're just all over the place. Oh, I still count as in combat, don't I? Shit. Because of this guy. Oh, there's a wild mage down there too. Yeah, I know, right? There we go. Any beds lying around out here, guys? Probably some inside the keep. It's a cool fortress. Fine, you guys gotta sleep somewhere, right? Here we go. Oh, come on. Alright, good. Alright, this is gonna be annoying. I'm gonna sleep for 24 hours several times here to remove all my arcane fever. Talk amongst yourselves. Let's see. It like resets at a certain. I don't really understand the way it works. Like a daily, kind of. Dailies in this game are generally really weird. This is working. It feels like most dailies are actually every other dailies. Why? I have Ambrosia I could use too. I guess I have nothing else to use it on, but I don't know if I'm carrying them with me though. Powers can only be used once a day. Yeah, it's like multiple days have passed. What? I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll just use ambrosia. So weird. Be funny if like I can never do dailies again because there's some weird spaghetti code that connects like the music system to the time of day. So weird. Not working. All right, well, I've got ambrosia. It's fine. Gotta find better stuff to dump here. Probably don't need that or that. Don't need that. And I keep running into the jewelry boxes that require a master. Haven't had that for a long time. Alright, what's the deal with this cool mage castle? Why is this here? Resisted, okay. Couldn't tell if I was just seeing the wrong health bar there. Ancestral spirit. Fun little death hallway there. Everything is ash now, which makes finding shit much more annoying. That's probably why I didn't take that talent earlier. Actually. I think it would be nice if there were long stretches like this. If they tried to give you a an ender chest partway through. Above me? Uh-oh. Massive chest here. They're just in the dead center. This seems like a pretty crazy optional dungeon. Like probably very difficult if you're not close to endgame stats. Yeah, dead center lockpick is the default password. I feel like it's probably not ideal that the main reason I'm using grounding isn't because it's a spell I particularly enjoy, but because it's like very low pain to switch to it from Frostwind, and I don't have to think too hard. Boots of the Righteous Morning Air. Stamina. Don't care. Yeah, exactly. So it certainly feels bad to cast anything suboptimally. Just gonna dump those. They're worth an okay amount, but I like Chain Lightning, but the relative, like, penalty for charging it up 90% of the way and then letting go of the button a couple frames too early is so high with the way this game's combat works. Books are worth a lot, but they're also a giant pain in the ass. Try to keep track of and sell, and they like end up doing a death by 1,000 cuts thing. This is cool. I like some of the storytelling they do with junk placement. At least they don't let you pick up most of the junk. It's still a big improvement over Skyrim. Blue. Whoa. Hey. Is it really hard to find all 10 volumes of The Butcher of Ark? I wonder if there's some that like literally only spawn in one location. Nice. I thought she had I thought she had like aviators on. I was like, what the fuck? I might be done here. See if there's any other exits, maybe. Doesn't really seem like it. Map show any direction I didn't really go in? There's more off that way. Let's try going east here. There's an alternate way to get inside, I guess. It's kind of cool. That's a lot of guys. Yeah, it's true. Make sure it does it at the best possible time. Definitely feels like the most boring spell, but I also feel like I need to have it out in case an enemy is a spellcaster. Because I think Mage is particularly weak against Mage otherwise. But if you're able to drain their magic, then they're like complete non-threats. I didn't get another Undusis' Key Master, did I? No. Too bad, I left behind so many Master chests now. Then again, I've also opened some Master chests and just gotten like Penny's Rodock. Bloody leg bone, bloody ribs, bloody skull, troll fat, trails of the venturer, blueprint. What's your story? Fucking Zanzibart. Okay, do expert. Oh, the other lightning bolt that's not chain. Uh-oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably have that one and haven't used it in a while. Blazing Spark. Still a little bit more of this area to explore, and I want to try to do it all in one go rather than warping out now and coming back, because there's no quick way back to this area if I do that. I am leaving a lot of loot on the table. Northwest. What else could all be out there? Wow, there's like a ton on that road. I might have to leave if I don't find like a Myrad tower or something. Can you fly to all the Myrad towers in the beginning of the game, or do you have to discover them naturally on the map first? It seems like it gives you a pretty long list when you talk to the guy. I'm tempted to take a short break here and try to verify game integrity to get the BGM back, but oh, that's interesting. I do like that they force you to go to Arc like that. That's cool. How'd you know I was coming around that corner, asshole? Almost like you know my location through the wall. Still not available. I don't get it. Master skill book lying around on the ground. I basically never see that in this game, as much as I think it would be improved by that just always being the case. I like to crucify people in this universe. The two highest level areas, and also the only ones without easy Myrad access. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh man, there's all kinds of places off the path here. It's cool. I might have to come back here just to make space. I want to do a whole nother dungeon the size of the one I was just in and not be able to loot anything. That's probably my biggest praise about this game, is that just exploring it feels so much better than Skyrim. I think even though it's pretty unlikely that anything I find is going to be like particularly mind-blowing or like even change my build at this point, I guess all of the skill books being pennies means everything is pennies, so it's worth picking up expensive stuff no matter what. I think it's fun. It's got good level design. Okay. Story's interesting. What is this place? This is cool. Bunch of mages again?
Wait a second.
Oh, Naramis. I think an interesting thing is that most of the area design feels more like a Souls game. I think Skyrim has a lot of like really fucking tedious small towns and just places with NPCs. Here it's like you go visit this area and it's just full of a bunch of crazy people who want to kill you. And then you can kind of like piece together what the story is for the area by sometimes finding books or looking at the placement of objects. I think it can be cool to visit an area and there'd be a bunch of NPCs to talk to if it's like BioWare and they're, you know, it's like a Mass Effect planet where they actually have some kind of interesting thing going on, but I found Skyrim's writing to be like incredibly tedious. I just was waiting for every single dialogue scene to be over the moment it started. Did not care. It could be a very good thing or a very bad thing. Reading a novel like Disco Elysium, reading a novel, or reading a novel like Trails of Cold Steel, reading a novel. Like an extreme amount of text for each NPC, basically. I'll watch all 1,000 episodes of One Piece without any of it being edited down. Yeah, I've been talking about dialogue precision on stream for a really long time. It's something I'm uniquely sensitive to as a streamer, but like, I do think that this medium, it is very possible to have a story that's extremely text heavy and still works as a video game and shouldn't just become a book instead. Like Disco Elysium is a game that's basically nothing but text and nothing but talking to people. It's one of the best games I've ever played. It's one of the most impactful games I've ever played. That game is extremely fucking precise. I was watching my sister-in-law play through Disco Elysium recently. I was just marveling at how, like, even something that's like supposed to be boring, like, you know, reading a dry book, is made incredibly entertaining and very precisely written through commentary about your skills and the like, right? There's always something more to it than just, here's a boring shitload of text. Like, I don't think that BioWare games are particularly incredibly written, and in fact, a lot of the time, I think that they actually are written kind of badly. But one thing that they've always excelled at is that dialogue precision. Like, they write dialogue for a video game, right? It's not for a book, not for a movie. It's there to be interesting for just long enough without being long. There's like a guy stuck in the floor or something. Flipped to the ground around here. I don't even see him on the radar anymore. Can maybe try... Frostwind kind of clips through stuff. That's crazy, Spiky. Just from a single playthrough of each. I think I killed him successfully. Maybe not, he's still talking. Wait, I see a health bar. If I turn on Fire Cloak, that'll penetrate. You took some damage from something there. That's working. Slowly, but it's working. A lot of text is duplicated across multiple NPCs. Asking the right people the right things unlocks new topics to ask about. That is kind of interesting. Like Final Fantasy II. Hey. Suck it, Mr. Soldier stuck on the floor. Oh, this is kind of cool. Environment design is great in this. Oh, that's cool. Before you run into any... This is the first place you run into Nehrim if you don't do the story. That's neat. Turn of Gauntlets of Magic Winds. Oh, that's boring. Still haven't come off cooldown. Yeah. I think it's kind of hard to make a movie that has a dialogue imprecision problem the way that a video, like to the scale that a video game can. Because like every like second of film is expensive. Like, there's a theoretical hard limit to how long your movie can be, and people will tolerate it. There's a huge time cost to having your characters say anything. So I think there's a lot of like inherent pressure to make them say things as efficiently as possible. Confident that most people who play Xenoblade Chronicles X don't see 70% of the dialogue that was written and translated. All that work to translate all of it, right? There's like a ridiculous amount of optional dialogue too from all the different characters that can like have weird affinity reactions to each other. I guess video games feel unusual as a art medium in the sense that it's like it's been considered in review spaces for a long time that a game being longer is a good thing. Spiders. Yeah, it reduces the potential scale, and also developers feel like, you know, video games are not paper, video games are not film. I don't feel any pressure to make this efficient. That's cool. They're doing an expedition into Enderal, and they found a old ruin. This is great. I really like this. I am very frequently having an actively good time in this, which is like, well, yeah, I mean, it's a video game. You're supposed to play video games for fun, right? But like most of my time with Skyrim was not fun. Optional NPCs that populate the town in Xenoblade X. Additional dialogue based on other optional NPCs. Crazy. Yeah, and it's like, it's not like Shenmue. Shit, I think I might be screwed. I think I saved a second before jumping in here, though. Come on, try to get out. Balls. It auto-saved while I was stuck in there. That's kind of funny. Oh, TCL. We spam quick save. I was gonna say, Shenmue has a fucking ridiculous amount of optional text that 90% of players will never see, but it serves a purpose in that your playthrough to the game, much like what I was saying about Echoes of Wisdom, is going to be unlike anyone else's playthrough, because there'll be certain stages where you like talk to a random person on the street, and they'll give you the dialogue that gets you to the next stage of the main quest instead of you getting it from any of the other 96 characters that all have similar dialogue. So it creates the feeling that you're just walking around this town and just talking to people, and they know, where the Chinese restaurant is, right? I don't know that makes Shenmue a better game, but it certainly makes it a more interesting game. It certainly makes it unlike anything else I've really played. Oh, it's no clip. Okay. Gotcha. All three Shenmue games are like endlessly fascinating. I do actually enjoy them in addition to finding them fascinating, but hello. All right, you don't take cold damage, Roger. Hey, a Grand Soul Gem. Wait on those is not worth it. Oh, I hate this. Oh, fucking goddamn it. What did I have equipped before? Accidentally clicked on that. I think it was this. I need a better amulet anyway. Okay, what can I dump here? These are worth a lot, but they're pretty heavy. Every NPC telling you about an interaction they had with another NPC while you were planting data probes, what they were doing while the city was under attack, and you were standing there spamming Phoenix for 5 minutes. Yeah. It's interesting because it's like that dialogue is like almost totally dead end, right? It's not like Shenmue where it's like, okay, here's different paths to the same end game. And I guess, at least in Xenoblade's case, it doesn't like consume time to interact with it really, because it just kind of happens around you. It's not like Trails of Cold Steel or other JRPGs where it just burns time to talk to NPCs. Shit, man. Right. A really brief window to see it. Let me buff up. There's a lot of guys here. Maybe I'll do Chain Lightning. keeps happening. Really killing me here. That almost reinforces my idea that like Xenoblade Chronicles X wraps around with crazy game mechanics and just becomes a toy again, right? Because if you understand it as like this crazy world that reacts to you constantly and the NPCs are all like constantly updated with new dialogue every time you run around. It's like the purpose of that game is to run around it. Not to fight things. It's not to quest. It's like an attempt at immersion without feeling particularly immersive to me anyway. Let's see what does it say. That's the one we saw last time. Just want to make sure you get another chance to read it. Opening your Affinity chart at the end of the game and dropping 15 FPS. That game is wild. Did they change the ending in the definitive edition? Hello. Interesting. That's funny. It's got to be way smaller, right? Because, like, the zone size in vanilla Xenoblade Chronicles X is fucking insane. I think that game just reveals that Monolith and that dev team have, like, totally different priorities than I usually associate with game developers. Glacial Pass. Floating rocks. You don't really get to run into these, like, active starling automatons very much in the rest of Enderal, right? I feel like I ran into these dwarf things all the time in Skyrim. These guys are just generally resistant to magic, it seems like. You see if they resist fire as much. Yeah. Makes sense for like lore reasons. It's kind of kind of neat to not be like super preoccupied with trying to maximize any enemy variety as much as possible and really just asking like what would make sense here. It seems like they are interested in making sure they use all of the different enemies from Skyrim in some way. But I think despite that, the game still feels like it's structured in a video gamey way, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. Like, it seems like the main purpose of exploring a dungeon like this is to provide an interesting challenge for a person playing a video game, as opposed to, we made a dungeon that has a cool shape, or we made a dungeon that feels like it might make sense in our world, which kind of what it feels like Bethesda does. It's like, okay, things are here based on whether it makes sense in the world we're building, not is it interesting to interact with. Right? Obviously, you want both of those things to be true. Like, you want it to fit naturally into the world and be interesting to interact with, but... I'd be very interested to see how Bethesda, like, whiteboarding and workshopping plays out. I've heard incredible things about Fallout New Vegas. I really am excited to play that on stream at some point, because it sounds like that is a similar huge improvement on the level design to Fallout 3 as this is Skyrim. Fucking hell, dude. Jeez. Yeah. I saw an interesting post on Blue Sky, I think it was, saying that Bethesda is frustrating in Fallout 3. I haven't played Fallout 4, but they didn't really like spoil it. But they were saying that they're like, they really seem to be interested in the old world, like before the nuclear war, and that informs a lot of their ideas for like the world design, and like the characters that you meet, and that it's like really fucking strange because like a big theme of Fallout is the old world is dead, right? Anyone who's holding on to the old world is making a mistake. Like this is a new thing now, and yeah, you know, it sucks in unique ways, but you can't go home again. Like, we should try to do something with the time we have now. So it's weird for that to have been the message of like Fallout 1 and 2, and then for Bethesda to like entirely miss the point. Make it more serious as well, yeah. Ooh, a filled Grand Soul Gem. That's fucking great. That's like one of the highest value things I could get in this game, I feel like. Hey, I haven't seen one of you guys all stream. My first Ice Claw today. Wonder if they just place fewer of them in this part of the world. I came, I think. One of these is probably progress. Let's see. Or it's just like a big circle. It's also possible. I think that's where I first came in, so it must be the Glacial Pass. So I lured the enemies up to the edge and killed them there. I think it's really, really, really hard to get open world level design right. Like, I think it's not hard to get open world level design that some people will enjoy no matter what, just because they like walking around in a big map and doing the coloring book thing. But there's a reason that, like, The Witcher 3 was such a big deal. Part of it was a pretty good story, but I think they also just made a really compelling open world, and that's very, very fucking hard to do. Let's see if I can keep this guy from fucking up my... Hey, only I may do that, asshole. Annoying. Witcher 3 cheated, yeah. No, I'm not. I mean, maybe I'm just being overly mean to Bethesda, but I'm not even super impressed by their lore. Like, it probably will never get played on stream because it's like mid, and I'd rather play a bad game than a mid game. But was it Starfield is their new one? Like, what's the elevator pitch for Starfield as a world? I don't even know. Okay. Oh. Maybe we take that. God, I'm gonna have to dump so much stuff because this guy has so much good shit on him. Or I could just warp out of here after this. I don't have to walk all the way back afterward. Yeah, they were ahead of the open world curve 20 years ago. So it's impressive that they did it first. Oh, I've been here. This is the Skyrim style exit. Okay. I think I have too much good shit. I'm not done. Yeah, there's still like this huge section over here that I haven't been to. And it's going to be a hike to come back manually, but I've got too much stuff on me and I can't drop anything else, so I think I have to leave and come back. What if you could play an open world space cowboy game, but it's a lot of open worlds? Yeah, and procedural generation makes it less interesting. Fuck that shit. Like, we learned that in Mass Effect, right? Mass Effect 1, fun to drive around the Mako on the first planet you go to. The 17th planet you go to, it's like, okay, this is clearly the least good part of the game.
People of this holy city. To many of you, the situation this city is in might seem dire. But do not allow yourselves to be intimidated by the black banners now mounted on the harbor's walls. The heart of this city
To crawl over to this.
as it has always been, and nothing shall penetrate its blessed walls.
There's not even really like a setting pitch for Starfield. Like, it's not like, oh, it's like Star Trek, but this, or it's like Star Wars, but this, or... I feel like Mass Effect has a pretty solid elevator pitch you can make for it. I don't know how that compares. 17% less. That probably isn't worth it, unless if the set bonus is like amazing or something. We'll see. I have set bonus added to spellbook. Let's see. I think it's making up for the difference. Okay. Go ahead and use all of these, get them out of my inventory here. Didn't I get some kind of like legendary light magic thing forever ago and had to deposit it? Just came back to me. Oh fuck, what did I just do? No, we're fine. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting nickel and dime somewhere because my carry weight's 106 right now after getting rid of basically everything that's on me here. Just deposit everything and then take it out. I'm gonna go ahead and enchant an amulet in a second here.
Dates, bananas, the freshest fruits right from the farmer's coast and Duneville.
Madame?
Earth got ruined, now there are a bunch of space factions in the region, yada yada.
Walk blessed. Yes?
Oh my, now who is this? To see you here fills me with bliss. 'Cause I can tell just from your eyes you search for magical disguise. Well, you can buy such from the stash of Emberlord and Fireflash.
That's much better. Well, I don't want to risk it. Someone might always add it to subblocker the schedule anyway.
Yeah, that should be it.
Let's see. I'm gonna go back to where I just was and keep exploring. But it's like fucking hike. Yeah, Bethesda definitely reads to me as they're very hubristic. Seems like kind of have that attitude of like we make games that are big and impressive because they're big and impressive, and we don't have to like test them, right? Or make them fun to play or interesting. It's like it's enough that it's impressive. And I hate that. I hate any game where the way I'm supposed to be getting joy out of it is just by being impressed. Like, it's nice if a game is impressive, but to me that's not enough. Let me try doing the horse flute. Maybe it'll make it through here a little bit faster. Jump scared me, Whirlwind. Jeez. Yeah, I guess they should get credit for that. This game wouldn't exist if they didn't put in the effort for making it moddable, right? I've often criticized their mod support as being like, we do this in lieu of fixing our game, right? Because we know that some fan somewhere is gonna fix the game. Does my donkey secretly have a stamina score? Maybe Starfield had to fail to make Elder Scrolls 6 good, right? Starfield kind of hopefully disabused them of their belief that they can do no wrong. I don't know, it doesn't seem like they've ever had a come to Jesus moment. I guess Fallout 4 was kind of middling as well, right? And Fallout 76 was hated. This way. Oh my god. Fallout 4 is a cult classic. It's a hamster wheel. It makes games age poorly as the impressiveness gets copied into every other scope creep game, yeah. No, I think a game can be impressive. I just... I don't like when like the impressiveness is the beginning and the end. Final Fantasy 13 feels like that. Like a lot of the time it's just kind of like, look how cool this cutscene is, and it's like, I don't care because the story is dog shit. And you have spent zero effort on trying to onboard me into this universe or to get me to give a shit about any of these people. Like, I don't care that they're doing cool anime kickflips off each other. The Nomura wing of Square Enix generally strikes me as a impressive first. Anything else, like, far beyond second priority team. It's like you'll be playing a Souls game and you'll walk through a very tight, like archway, and on the other side of the archway is a beautiful vista. And it's impressive. You're like, holy crap, like, Lindell is very pretty or whatever. But like they're like, okay, well we actually have to like put something here though. Like, it can't just be the vista. The vista's not the game. Or the same with when you begin Zelda Breath of the Wild, right? And they show you the cool, pretty vista pan of everything below the Great Plateau. But like, that's not it. There's still a game. Yeah, I don't know. The fact that it makes it easier to age is certainly a problem, but even if I'm playing a game like that, like when it first comes out, I don't care. Shadow of the Colossus is a big, beautiful, mostly empty game, but like the emptiness enhances the product. It enhances the feeling of loneliness and the feeling that you're doing something wrong, right? If F13 came out when there was still a bit of a meaningful improvement to be made on graphics in general, yeah. That's true. Really impressed at how much content was in Old NEA. That was a really neat section. All these Naramese guys on an expedition. Starling Ruins. I guess my brain chemistry, I reduce games to their wireframe form very quickly. That makes sense. Like, I'm like, okay, cool. There's a big giant elephant thing walking around in your version of the Calm Lands, Final Fantasy 13. But like, what is it? Like, is it a thing I'm supposed to fight? Is it a challenge? Is it a thing that's supposed to impress me now and I'm supposed to come back to and deal with later? I think I actually haven't been here before, right? Remember how I got there originally. This lake doesn't look familiar. How do I get off the horse? Hold on. I'm trying to find the right button. There we go. Does it look 10 times better? I think I already know the answer to that question. It looks worse. Not beating any of the allegations from that that post showing the difference between 2005 and 2025 graphics with like RTX on and everything just looks like smeared out and like shit. The games have to run well to look good. It's true. I don't think it's unreasonable to want games, even AAA games, to like pick an aesthetic and focus on making it look as nice as it can within that aesthetic. Do like, you know, Hi-Fi Rush or whatever. Like sometimes I get pushback where people are like, well, of course AAA games are constantly pushing the envelope. It's like, that's fucking stupid though. I think there was some kind of weird, largely arbitrary back and forth between like games critics in the gaming industry where like, you know, a game needed to review well to succeed and it reviewed well by being prettier than previous games. And I think that that's mostly gone from the industry now. I don't think most games journalists and games critics are coming out and like making the main point of contention how good the graphics are. I don't even know if graphics is like on the list of any typical games journalists like criteria for rating a game, or has been for years. But it's like this like institutional momentum that Capital has this expectation that this is what people want, and so they're like forcing the issue all the time, forever. Crap. When they fall over like that, it's very funny. There's a certain level of graphical fidelity that to me when I see it actually like registers as a negative. I'm like, oh, okay, well this must exist at the expense of like the game being 20% more interesting or the endgame dungeon being cut or whatever. I'm very excited that I can see the pores of this lady. Great. Hey, that's a really good place to put a magical symbol. What a video game. I like Enderal. It's good, actually. one of the many crimes of Xenoblade Chronicles X is having a cool frozen lake like this, and there being like either nothing there, or yet another level 28 insect, or a box with 1,200 credits in it. You get like a really good XP reward if you get all of them. I think most undead is they kind of no sell old, it seems like. The Colossus. Shit. This is scary. Small class of nerds like John Carmack, folks who wrote the new lighting system for Unreal 5, are in the process of writing an engine. Is an interesting computer science problem. Yeah. I don't know. I think all of the current like innovations in lighting are fucking boring. I would rather have pre-baked lighting all day. I see really pretty lighting effects, and I'm like, okay, that's probably going to make my game run at a lower frame rate. I haven't played Half-Life Alyx yet. I could. We could stream that if anyone ever wanted to add it. I have the Valve Index kit to do it. But I've seen screenshots of the game, and it looks gorgeous, and it's like all pre-baked lighting, apparently. This is bad. War Tusk. Okay. Deathstorm. 10 to 20 year stretch where game scores seemed like they were based on just averaging a bunch of subscores like graphics. Got rid of subscores as a concept. Couldn't tell you when that happened. Happened gradually. Yeah. I very much remember like mid 2000s Kotaku explicitly adopting a model where they would just say, here's some good things about the game, here's some bad things about the game, here are our final thoughts. Like rejecting the score as a useful thing. Now it feels like really silly to try to score a game as an average of like graphics, sound, gameplay, replayability, or whatever, right? Like the idea of like really knocking a game substantially because it has no replayability is it's like shocking to me. We did it for decades. Hey, Butcher of Ark. Guess I already had that one. This is not Enderal's problem. This is Skyrim's problem. The itemization is like donkey doo-doo. It sucks. Yeah.
Evening.
Oh, guys, you don't aggro me immediately.
Look at that. A fellow traveler. Stay on the roads.
Oh, I didn't know this was here. It would have been great if I knew this was here. Okay. That's what I wanted. Use a subscore system with like a fridge, yeah.
How about that? Another traveler.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying the way like dipshit Gamergate reactionaries have poisoned any sort of honest conversation about the relationship between games journalism and the quality of games. Like it feels like even just talking about it is like giving them rhetorical ground, so I'll be very brief. But I think that maybe the way to put it is that, you know, video games are still a very young art medium. And I think that games criticism is, it's not even younger, it's the same age, but it's much less mature, or at least it had a problem of being less mature for a very long time, even as games like outpaced it in maturity. I think like if you want to become a movie critic today, or a restaurant critic, or, you know, if you want to critique literature, there's like a lot you need to already understand before you can really get anyone to trust you with your opinion on that. And I think that just like a lot of people who didn't even really understand what art was were critiquing video games very, very early. And I guess you have problems with like movie studios seeing the Rotten Tomatoes score or the critic review score as being crucial to their ability to market the film, and there's like this weird sort of frustrating synergy's not the right word, symbiosis. I need a word that means that, but kind of negative, kind of corrupted. It seems like for a very long time, games criticism existed solely to be games marketing. And that's still kind of a problem. And maybe is getting worse in some respects, that like, you know, critics are only allowed to play the game early and have their review out for clicks if they commit to certain agreements about what they will and won't say about it, right? The audience is also much less likely to understand art. Yeah, movie reviews use the entire scale, but game reviews are like 60 is an F, exactly. I had to remind myself of that sometimes. Like, I'm so used to the games criticism review scale being 60 to 90, essentially, that occasionally I'll see a movie that I really enjoyed that has like a Metacritic score of like 70. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, actually, that's pretty fair if you're actually using the entire scale. Yeah, when you think of magazine-style reviews, they're shallow to the point of being useless compared to like a video essay. I would agree. I think there is an interesting problem there with Ravanon's point that the audience is less likely to understand art. Like, if you're trying to get into movies and you're trying to understand why you should enjoy movies and what makes movies good, and you're watching, I don't know, Siskel and Ebert in the 80s and the 90s, like, even if you don't really get it yet, I think that you can be sort of guided toward getting it over time. You can maybe be more likely to go watch a weird artsy-fartsy movie that you wouldn't appreciate otherwise by it getting a really good review from Roger Ebert and his explaining his reasoning. I think it took a lot longer for those voices to develop with video games, and it's hard because like, you look at the history of film and you see that artists like descended on film instantly and were making like really crazy shit. Like, I watched Metropolis recently. Crazy, fucking nuts. Like, some really, really cool, striking images in that movie. What it's about, I can't really tell you. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's good at making a emotional impact on you, right? But I don't think you got like career artists descending on video games as a medium with which to create art that they would have been creating anyway. It happened eventually, a little bit. Rarely do these rando lost ones have like magic weapons on them. That's cool. Aggregators killed individual voices as part of the zeitgeist. I made the point a lot of times that part of what I find so compelling about a show like Columbo is that Columbo exists in an era of television before Capital had figured out the most efficient way to make a TV show, like for as little money as possible. And so there's just a lot of like, the scope of the show is insane. The episodes are of indeterminate length. Sometimes they'd put out like one Columbo episode in a year, right? It feels almost like a movie in a lot of cases. Just crazy, ridiculously expensive shots. Actors doing their own stunts when they probably shouldn't be. It was like the 70s were like this era of television production before we had really figured out how do you go about doing this in the way that's the most profitable. Undertale blew up in part because an early reviewer gave it 100. Wow, that's crazy. I really love that game. It's really good. It's interesting because I think like the barrier to entry to make a video game, it's extremely high. I don't want to like understate what a high barrier to entry it is. It's enormous. The fact that there are games that are made by solo developers is like insane. But like in comparison, trying to make a passable movie, if you're just like one person, you know, you don't have a writer, you don't have an editor, you don't have a DP, you just want to make a movie that just like looks okay, not even looks amazing, just like doesn't look like shit. Like the barrier to doing that by yourself is enormous and very challenging compared to the barrier of making like an NES style indie game, I think. Making video games is miserable and painful. and much harder than a lot of armchair developers think it is. But I think in a lot of ways making a movie is worse. Let me see what's up here real quick. Oh, Deep Digger's Hollow. Crazy to me that the way you're supposed to play Skyrim, at least as a mage, is to aggro a thing and then back up constantly. How can you possibly melee in this game? There must be some way to make it so you take 0 damage. But I feel like there has to be an enemy who will always one-shot you regardless of how good your armor is. That would make meleeing it like a nightmare. Don't seem to be dropping frames in OBS. Momog. Give me a lot of copies of this now. Okay, I might actually be close to being able to just pick that now. Let's see. I haven't actually had to pick an expert lock the whole game. So I've been using scrolls for it. Oh, god damn it. It is a hack. Well, in theory, the situation's better now because you can find like a streamer or a YouTuber or someone that you respect that matches or closely matches your taste and take their takes and context of what they've said in the past, and it's not just like a faceless magazine trying to reduce a game down to a numerical score. But at the same time, I did see an interesting discussion also on Blue Sky recently that was talking about how like a popular video essay can like be disastrous for a game because it can create the Dark Souls 2 is just dudes in armor problem, right? Where they make some kind of observation that's fine, but like people just like reduce their perception of the game to that observation forever after it comes out. You have to see someone on your follow list playing it. It's cool. I'm happy that this format exists. I think it's interesting. What do I want to do here? Let me make it daytime so I can see when I'm outside. I need to get Northern Lion to play old school RuneScape. Because this whole thing is just like yapping constantly. Like the game doesn't really matter. In fact, if the game is like a ridiculous multiple 1,000-hour grind, then it's perfect for yapping. You should play the game that's nothing but a stupid, ridiculous 1,000-hour grind that's uninteresting to watch, man. Yap to your heart's content. I think it's cool that games like the Sisyphus game and was a Trick Shot Simulator can like get new value by being a great platform for someone to yap over. More people would just play whatever looks interesting to them and just use reviews to make sure it's not a broken mess. Yeah. I find, maybe not reviews, but I don't know. I saw Jason Schreier post on Blue Sky that Blueprints is... Blueprints? Oh, I get it. Blueprints is Slay the Spire meets Outer Wilds, and I'm like, okay, I respect you. I know what those words mean. Now I really want to play that game really bad. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. Don't tell me anything else. Don't tell me... You can tell me it's good, I guess. That would be nice to hear, but... Fuck. Desert Bus 20 years out of its time. Desert Bus is pretty funny when you think about it. I had enough people I really respect be like, you should play Astrobot. And I'm like, really? Like, just like a platformer, right? Like, no, it's really good. To the point where it's like, if someone's saying that, I'm like, what does it mean for like a modern platformer to be really good? And I played it, I'm like, oh, I get it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was really good. Oh, awesome. I'm excited for it. I'm a little worried. I know Darkstar put it on subblock. I would not have wanted to play Outer Wilds on subblock. I think that would have been a disaster. Let's see. But I assume they're just saying that to mean like knowledge is progression, epiphany, puzzle, Metroidvania, etc., etc. Is that grounding 6? Did I finally get it? Hell yeah. An upgrade. When you're playing a Souls game and you've committed to a build and you find like a ring that's actually good for you among the dozens and dozens of things you open that are just like totally useless. Okay, I'll try to do that. Animal Well worked out okay. I was a little worried about Animal Well being a sub-block game, but it was easy enough when I'd boot it up to like look on the map and see places I hadn't been to before and to review my future Marstead notes. Hello. Bone Crunch .wav. Okay. My first level 6 attack. Which is, it's called master level, I guess, and wouldn't be usable if I hadn't put all these points into the elementalism tree. What's up, guy? Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly. How long can I hold this? Oh, I actually have, oh, it's almost infinite. It costs like 1 mana per second. There's a bed. Oh, shit. You try resting for 24 hours again to see if this thing comes back. It would be really funny if, like, the music is broken for the same reason that that's broken. I don't know why that's broken. It was working before. Okay. Dick. I feel like there should be a spell that is like only usable if you get your mana cost down to 0, otherwise it's like an instant drain from full. I think the design space for spells in this game is kind of atrocious. There's all kinds of spells that are like just utterly useless. That's a bummer because it sounds like in Morrowind it's amazing. Really want to play that Psycho Patrol R game from the Royalty Squad developer. I have no idea what people mean when they say that it's like Morrowind. It's probably not really like Morrowind, but there's something in there that scratches the itch. I think Royalty Squad is my favorite sim that I've played. It helps that it doesn't have a do you stealth the game or not dimension to it, which I find more and more jaded about. You lost interest in Morrowind 40 hours and basically a god until had half the game left. I still want somebody to make... Morrowind is kind of a similar approach to, like, level ups as Final Fantasy II, right? I know that vanilla Skyrim is as well. You get XP for doing... You get XP in the category of the thing you're doing when you do the thing. I think that's super interesting because it seems like it's obviously, like, turbo cursed. That it's gonna immediately generate a lot of, like, shitty degenerate play strategies that aren't fun. I don't know, I played Final Fantasy II on stream and I was like, I don't know, this game kind of has the juice. Like, it obviously doesn't fully work, but maybe somebody can make it work someday in an indie game. Oh, this place is cool. I like how they hid this place. Yeah, Caves of Lore has some similar ideas. More of a tactical RPG. God damn it. Sometimes I load the save and they don't follow me outside. I don't understand it. Point in my Final Fantasy II playthrough where, like, my most powerful spell by a long shot was Toad, a spell that's like a joke in every other Final Fantasy, and it was allowing me to access a part of the game that I wasn't supposed to access yet very early, and it was great. It was the problem we were talking about during Xenoblade Chronicles X, where it's like you're... How did Terran put it? It's not that you're borrowing joy from your future self, you're like increasing your current joy and deleting later joy. It's like when the game gives you an opportunity to go in two directions, you can go the hard direction or the easy direction. You go the hard direction first, it's more fun. But then when you have to go the easy direction later, it like actively sucks. That's what it felt like for me in Final Fantasy 2, that like for a solid several hours when Toad was my most powerful spell and I was trouncing an area way before I was supposed to, it felt amazing, and then the game caught up and it kind of sucked after. I don't know how you bottle that feeling. I don't know if it's like possible to do a Max Payne slash Chronicles of Riddick type of thing where the game is constantly resetting you, so that you can never make that progress permanently. Morrowind is the equivalent of the giant sleepy dragon, where the only thing stopping you from breaking the game very quickly is not knowing where the game breaking is. Yeah. That's why whenever we get on the schedule, I want to know as little about it as possible. I'll probably be like extra vigilant about asking people to clear chat if they give me any hints, because I don't want to know that stuff. You see that a lot in board games. Like, Dominion is a kind of deck building board game. Like, as soon as you realize that removing cards from your deck is like ridiculously overpowered, the game totally recontextualizes. But if someone just tells you that, it fucking sucks, because like that's the fun part. It's playing the game for hours and hours and realizing, holy shit, removing cards is really strong. And that's one of those things where like even the designer didn't realize that, because he made the most powerful card in the game cost basically nothing, and it just removes as many cards from your hand, from your deck, as you want, essentially. His perspective, he's like, well, the only cards people are going to want to remove from their deck is like curse cards, so I'll make a chapel where, from a very flavorful perspective, you can remove the curses. And since all it does is remove curses, that's not very useful. I'm going to cost it very cheaply. And then, whoops, it's the most, maybe one of the most powerful cards in the history of card games. I don't like that about Elden Ring. I didn't like finding out that that dragon exists. Like, on the one hand, you know, if I want to make my meme pizza cutter Lou Malnati character, it certainly speeds things up at the beginning to go straight there and already be able to deal with most of the content in the game. But God, I wish I could remove that knowledge from my brain. I wish they'd patch it out. Yeah, how much did Time Lock cost in Magic the Gathering when it first came out? That's pretty fucking funny. Take an extra turn after this one. 2 mana or whatever. Still enemies around here somewhere. Let's see where they are. Ooh, a region lock playthrough? I like that. Oh, very RuneScapey of them. Okay. I wonder how much, if you like focus max lockpicking as soon as possible, I wonder how much extra money that gets you in every chest. Can't be that much. Rude. I guess that shit being broken in Magic is interesting, but like... I guess by virtue of it being a PvP game means that the meta is uncovered much more quickly, and I feel like realizing, hey, this card that gives you an extra turn for 2 mana is really strong is not as damaging to someone's experience learning Magic. I don't know, I'm not really a PvP guy, so I don't know what people do or don't prefer. I would be stressed out at the ability to play the game super wrong if I were primarily playing a PvP format. I don't feel that stress as much in PvM, PvE games, co-op games. As long as I can't play it like so wrong that I lose dozens of hours, right? This requires, maybe only part of it requires a key. Yeah. Magic the Gathering is a game is, I think Tycho put it as reading the spoilers is like reading the newspaper of a town you used to live in. I like to read the new cards, but I don't want to play it. That doesn't sound fun to me. Maybe if they made Slay the Spire for Magic cards, like robust, interesting PvM challenges, I might. But... Ouch. Big place with a bunch of buildings that are boring. Whoa, buddy. No, the creators of Magic the Gathering had no idea what they were doing when they printed Time Walk. I think like the equivalent of Time Walk today, if they were to print, take an extra turn after this one, it's like 7 mana, 8 mana, 9 mana effect. They were just bumbling in the breeze. They had no idea what they were doing. Like Donald X with Dominion had no idea. What's the famous Yu-Gi-Oh card? Was it Pot of Greed? It's like you just draw 2 cards for free. It just literally makes your deck smaller. It sounds like it interesting. If you're trying to come up with a card game and just kind of shooting the shit, making shit up. Drawing 2 cards, that seems fine. Keep Digger's Couch. That's funny. I know very little about Yu-Gi-Oh! Other than ding 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 ding, and that Pot of Greed lets you draw 2 cards. And it's one of the stupidest, most broken cards ever added to a game. I think if it was Lego, it would just be an automatic include in every deck, right? Like, there's no reason not to take it. You talk about discovered versus invented game design. I do think that that kind of reality of deck builders, that a smaller deck is more consistent and better. Like, the best deck you could possibly have is a deck that only contains a card that lets you win the game, right? I don't think most people who set out to make deck building games originally like considered that, because there's all these cards that are about like, oh, if your library has over 80 cards in it, then this happened. think Bellatra is one of the first deck building games I've played where it feels like just constantly trying to slim down your deck as much as possible isn't always the correct play, no matter what. Let's see. Because you have enough tools in your kit that sometimes it makes sense to just have 100 cards. Bunch of stuff that has bonus effects if your life is over 25 or 30. Commander, you start at 40. That's funny. Exodia is the one where it's like a big Timmy card where you have to get the 5 different pieces of the big robot together and then it wins the game for you, but it's like very, very Timmy energy. It's not efficient. It would just be cool if you could pull it off. It's cool. I think there's a lot about the deck builder that is sort of ruined by the existence of the internet and the meta and the inevitability that at this point you've probably played Slay the Spire or Magic or Dominion or Bellatra or something, right, that gives you these intuitions that are applicable to all the games in the genre. That's funny. Abandoned Commander. Or it's hard to get the mana to cost it, so it's fine. I think when we're talking about the Kaled Dragon, holy shit, what's this guy's deal? I don't think I've seen that enemy model in this entire game up till now. A Lich? Maybe I saw one a long time ago. That's cool. Okay, another one of these. Righteous Keeper, Heavy Armor Master. Oh, sure, yeah. I got distracted by the cool Lich. I brought up busted like game knowledge like that in the context of the Kaled Dragon in Elden Ring that is like knowledge that you don't want to have because once you have it, it like shrinks the game. I think your ability to have fun exploring a new deck builder is tainted somewhat by having played any of those other deck builders like Slay the Spire and knowing that those lessons carry over forever. I guess it's probably great for players who really favor high game mastery, that they love to pick up, you know, Luck Be a Landlord or Bellatra or whatever and immediately feel like they have an advantage because they understand this very basic concept that carries over, but be interesting to think about more situations where like knowledge shrinks the game even before you start playing it. That's all that's here. Cool Lich dude. What else is going on here? I want to finish connecting back over this way. This has been a good exploring stream. I think tomorrow I'll just start pushing the main story. I'm sure there's a couple off ramps to back out of it if it looks like I'm gonna wrap like super early. Don't you fucking dare. I recently discovered how powerful, well, recently, I mean like a couple months ago, I discovered how powerful held in hand effects are in Elatro, like just in terms of how exponentially further that can get you than just about anything else. So like the, you know, hanging Chad plus photograph. Where you look at photograph the first time, you're like, oh, this seems kind of ass. It's like, well, if you can trigger it like 20 times, it's not ass. But I kind of wish I didn't know that, because now I can't unsee it when I play the game anymore. I like have to like go out of my way to not do that. No, I want to get to scientific notation by some other method. In my Balatro stream, when I played it blind, I didn't even appreciate that there was a difference between plus mult and times mult. But as soon as I figured that out, I was like, okay, well, that nullifies like 70% of the jokers in the game, outside of getting me by in the first couple antes. That's too bad. I think the game does a good job at like putting you in situations where you have to use those shit jokers, like some of the higher stakes, forcing you to take it and then it being eternal and you not being able to get rid of it or whatever. So that's nice. And if you want to get all those stickers, you got to use all of them at least once. I do think that Hades was on to some good shit where you really feel incentivized to try everything at least for one successful run, right? That's good. I think more games should do that. Helps with the shit I learned this knowledge that has shrunk the game now problem. Yeah. Try to get cards that don't have kind of shitty stuck to them, right? I'll probably end up getting all decks gold staked and all jokers gold staked eventually with Balatro, because it seems like it's a perfect forever airport game. Dentist office game. Right. Oh, it's not necessarily terrible if you get swashbuckler skills with sell price. I'm really interested to see what Local Thunk puts out. I know they announced last year that there was going to be a big feature update to the game this year. I think even if they just added maybe a new mode and a bunch of new jokers for some of the design space that hasn't yet been explored, that'd be cool. Andrea's like third playthrough of the game had just an absolutely ridiculous meme run. I've never gotten a higher score than Andrea did in her third run. So it kind of created this unreasonable expectation for her. They're like, oh, I could just like completely fuck this game up. It's like, no, you can't. I think I've been here before, but let's see. Looks familiar. Maybe there's two different purple crystal forests. I think the story took me in this direction forever ago. You have the Magic the Gathering player archetypes of Timmy, Johnny, and Spike, and Johnny as a player who doesn't necessarily care about winning very much, but when they do win, they want to win with something weird. Balatro is an excellent Johnny game. I'm like definitely a Johnny when it comes to that kind of thing. Don't really care about winning. I will do the thing that's not optimal, but would be funny if it worked 1% of the time. I did finally do. I actually decided to do Gold Stake Black Deck as my first Gold Stake clear because it sounded like it was going to be one of the hardest ones. I was able to do it, and everything has been easier. Yeah, it was pretty tough. I think taking advantage of your 6th Joker slot is so fucking important because like the black deck is just costing you money and attempts. So even if you just get 6 pieces of shit, you know, it's better than having 5 pieces of shit or 5 really good jokers in a lot of cases. I think I've just done everything that's here. I guess I never went down that western path. Let me go that way really quick. I know we're at time here in like 2 minutes. Just want to see what's over there. This is where I came in the main story quest forever ago. I think it's surprisingly possible to win on almost every run in Balatro, even on like Gold Stake. I think there's a lot of pitfalls though. I do think that if you think the jokers that have shitty modifiers on them are just never purchase, that you'll probably lose a lot as a result. If you're like, I'm just gonna hold out for one that doesn't have eternal perishable or rental on it, like I think that's kind of a trap. Big trap I had to help Andrea with is that she really wanted to make like full house and straights happen. And just explaining that like, you know, high card and pair are so busted because you can always play them no matter what. You never have to fish for them. You are never going to have an ante where you're like trying to make straight happen at the last second. That also kind of feels like cursed knowledge that, okay, well, I guess I'll never do straights ever again. Even though they're interesting, even if you play poker, you're used to trying to look for them. The game is now smaller. That's something that I hope that the local Thunk update in 2025 is able to address in some way, like make some kind of game mode or some kind of play style where, like, I bet basically no one has really actively pursued making Neptune the straight flush work because it's like such a pain in the ass to do, even with the decks that are more well suited for it. Like it's much easier to just do straight or flush or just high card and pair, right? Yeah, that's true. Old Hatolus. Okay. Got the map marker. So tomorrow Marstead. Go ahead and explore this area and then go push the story. And if you get a off ramp from the story, it looks like you're gonna wrap very soon. Maybe do a little bit more exploration. Otherwise, focus on the story. This has been fun. I'm really enjoying Enderal. Been a really enjoyable game.